Well, it looks like gremlins are in because my main camera's gone. It's just gone. Oh dear, I'll have to use a webcam. Be careful with that, because if I sneeze, it'll disconnect itself. Anyway, how are we? Sorry about being a bit late. One of those days today, trying to get ready. Time flies. I had a hell of a messy bench here. That's the reason I'm a little bit late, to be honest. Trying to clear all this mess up. So good morning to everybody. Afternoon, evening, wherever you are. I'm sorry, I'm not looking at the camera, but I could look at this camera, I suppose. But I can't see the text then. Anyway, Colin's in. Hi, Colin. Rob Cross. Hi, Rob. And Anthony's in. How you doing, Anthony? Evening to you, Harb. Hope you're feeling better, mate. Rob Titheridge. Hi, Rob. Hi, Dances. How are you? Timothy Can. Andrew Mould. Hi, Andrew. Hi, Timothy. And Rob Cross. Whoa. Thank you very much, Rob. Straight in €50 super chat. Thank you very much. Very kind chap. Wenlock's in. Evening, Wenlock. Barry Charnley. Thomas Kitts. Les is in. Hi, Les. There's a hacker, a blue one top right. You're right. There is a fair few hackers, Timothy. Thanks, Simon's World. Great Hall. Patrick B. And greetings to you as well, mate. And David Tipton. Afternoon, David. And yeah, cracking video you brought out the other day. That winding, it was a feed mechanism, wasn't it, really? Not the winder. That was amazing, mate. Very ingenious. Way above my head, that one. Cymap, how are you? And Mac Vision's in. Hi, Mac. And Ben's in. Hi, Ben. Cyberflyer. You did get carried away with the winder. It's one of those things, David, isn't it? You start on something and you think, oh, well, it wouldn't take long just to do that little bit. And, well, I'll do that little bit as well. And, yeah, well, I could do that. And in the end, it just runs away with you, doesn't it? Hen, the Esquel beer advert man. Christian Eck, how are you? Happy Sunday, yeah. Benji's in. Hi, Benji. Hi, Harb. Harb is saying he's a bit better home again. Oh, that's good. That's good news, Harb. Mem stuff. Good afternoon, Ian, in Melbourne. You're back in your own house next weekend, Anthony. That's good to know. We've got some issues with the streaming today as well. It's flashing red and yellow, so if we start having problems, I'm going to have to restart everything. So don't panic. I will be back. Camera works fine, yeah. It's not the right camera, though. I should be on that camera, but for some reason, I'm not. God knows. I don't think my other camera, my overhead camera, is connected either, is it? Yeah, we have camera issues today. Let's just try resetting a couple of them. Now the Nikon does not want to reset. Let me just give it another tweak a minute. Let me just give it, because it should be in... Let's try that again. Hey! Ha-ha! We're in! Yay! That's better. Whoa! We're back. I don't know what happened there. But I've got the camera back, the main camera, and I can see myself twice on the screen, which is a bit off-putting. Right, what else have we got up here? Do we ISA? I don't think we've got ISA on today, Anthony. I think Rich did send me a load of stuff for me to install it on my computer, but it's a little bit above my head, that really. So I think Rich was going to do a YouTube video on it. So yeah, no ISA today, sadly, but it does. I do enjoy that. Normalized. Hi Michael Rick, how are you? And Harvey's in. You don't have to look at nose here. Nose hair? Nose here? Have I not trimmed my nose hair? So I'm deaf in one ear at the moment, which is great. So if you're shouting at me, I can't hear you. Right, let me see then. What have we got? We've got the main camera there. That does seem to be working. Okay, let me get myself organised then. GTGF, how are you, mate? How's the Marine Herald? I've done the amp. I did the amp. What a nightmare that was. I sort of fudged it in the end, to be fair. I'm not, you know, I've sorted it. I have sorted it. But I had to change the resistor in parallel with the trimmer pot. I changed it from 22k to 30k, and I was able to get it in spec then. Pardon, Cyberfly, how are you? Right, okay, so what we need to do is we need to go to my Google Photos, because in there I've got some photos that I took this morning, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to let you choose what we're going to look at, because there's no way I can bring it all up here. Absolutely no way. So let's get to my album. Let me find the album. Auction buys. Now I bought this. Mrs. Cruncher went and picked this up on Monday for me. So I'll put up a couple of the sort of straight on. No, I'll show them all. I'll show them all. So let's go to screen catcher. Hopefully this will work this week. So you should be on my screen now. Yes, you are. So let's go full screen. So this is just the radio hall. There is other stuff, other bits and pieces, but this is sort of radio, and there's a couple cassette players in here as well. One has got, well, there's only one that hasn't got a radio in it. So the interesting thing is this thing here. I'll have to go and get the instruction sheet that came with this, but this looks like almost like a kit radio from 1931. I think it's a Regen radio. And you can see beside that we have got the one that I've been looking for a long time. A Hacker Mayflower, not the Mayflower 2 like David's done, that we sent over to David. This is its big brother. We've got various other things. We've got a couple Hacker Rangers. We've got a Bush VTR 103. So look, matey got his busted up one back, and I've managed to pick up one in much better condition for less money. So happy days. So let me just scoot through some of these pictures a minute, and I've got individual pictures here somewhere. So we need to choose which one you would like me to have a look at. Now we've got two sort of, well, these are the best of the two. Incidentally, this is the one that appeared on Techmoan's channel recently. He did a video on his sort of like everyday carry Walkman, and this was the actual one that he recommended, which is a bit of a coincidence that it's turned up in an auction. Now I bought this in a box, a job lot box, and I'll go through what I paid for these. There's no secret, because I mean you can look it up online if you know the auction house. But this was in a box of all sorts of stuff. There was a CD Walkman in there. There's a tape Walkmans, because there's about 5 portable cassette players in there. There was hard drives. There's a wireless keyboard. There's all sorts of stuff in there. And I paid, including the auction fees, £36.60. So when you look up the price of one of these online, they're going for around about £80. So that's a pretty good deal. And this, I thought this looked quite impressive, but it's absolutely cheap rubbish. Not very good, but you know, it's a sort of Walkman clone, isn't it? It's an Iowa. Iowa was quite a good make back in the day. I had an Iowa Walkman type thing, I think. Anyway, let's move on. So we've got the two Hacker Rangers. These are suffering from the usual Hacker Ranger problems. These are late production Hacker radios. Not great quality at all, really. They have still got the T-cans on them. But I think these were these in Bournemouth? I think when Hacker moved, it went to Hacker Sound, although I'm not sure if this is pre-Hacker Sound, but you can see the vinyls lifting, this sort of, like, some people call it like the Dalek grill. That's Daleks as in Doctor Who. That's lifting in the corner here. You can't really see it in that picture. But these are quite tatty, these two, but they're restorable still. And I do like the red coloured one. Bush VTR 103. You can see at the top there, it's got the original proper aerial as well. If you remember the last one that I had off of eBay that was broken, it had like a grey cap on it. This is the proper one in red. And also we've got all the letters on this one. There was a couple letters broken on the other one I had. And there it is, the Hacker Mayflower, and it's not perfect. If I go in closer, you'll be able to see we've got some little friends that have evacuated the case at some stage, and you'll see these little marks on it. Well, someone's sanded this back, and they've actually sanded through the veneer in a couple places. It's another of our little wormholes there. There's a little hole in the grill cloth there, but I don't know, is this original grill cloth? I don't know, because I've not had one of these before. But yeah, you can see someone's filled some of the holes. I'm hoping all the woodworm's gone. So there you are, that's a Hacker Mayflower. Now this is this Regen receiver. A real strange thing. It's I'll bring up the info on it in a minute, and we'll have a quick read through it, because I know Les come up yesterday and Les come up on Wednesday and had a read through it. So this is from around about 1930-31, this. And it's a unicoil 3-valve radio, medium wave only. And what did I pay for it, including fees? 28. About 35 pounds I paid for that. The Hacker Mayflower, I actually paid about 48 quid for it. So I paid about 48 pound for that, and I mean they're a 3-figure radio all day long. So I was quite pleased to get it for that. You know, I've had to pay a little bit of VAT on top of this, so slightly more than that, probably knocking on for 50 quid, I suppose, with the VAT. Yeah, interesting radio this. And you can see we've got a reaction tuner on the bottom, which I believe controls the feedback from the amplifier stage back into the front end. A real strange thing. It's sort of right out of my comfort zone, that. I really haven't got a clue what to do with that. Good old Hacker Sovereign 2. Unfortunately, minus a handle and a rear grille. So if anyone's got a spare blue Sovereign 2 handle, then let me know. Fidelity RAD 21. Now, this isn't in the best condition. There's a couple plastic bits broken off the front, but I thought it had plasticky ends, but it's real hardwood cheeks on the side of it, and I think this is wood, it's not plastic in the front. And a good old Super Sovereign. Now I bought 3 radios together. I bought the Super Sovereign, the Blue Sovereign 2, and one of the Rangers for about £90 in total for all 3 radios. So quite a lot, really. But then these do fetch well into 3 figures. So it's not great. I mean, it's got the usual problems with writing rubbing off here, but apart from that, it's not too bad. It's got the original aerial, which is a godsend. And as I say, the writing isn't too bad. I've got an idea for that, being it's just lots of lettering. I might be able to sort that. I've got an idea. Whether it'll work or not, I don't know, but it won't harm it trying it. Look at this beast. You know, I love my cassettes. Well, this is a monster. It's not a top of the range one, but it is absolutely mint condition. When I got it, you can't really see it, but the plastic film was still on the radio dial, and it was still on this deck here. And I think this is new old stock that's just sat on someone's shelf in a shop somewhere, because it literally does not look used. There's a bit of dust on it, but apart from that, it's fine. And I've tried it, it works great. You know, so obviously even the belts are good on it, which is unusual. I thought they would have been knackered by now. So that's pretty much it. So it's a case of what do you want to have a look at? What should we play with first? So let me exit this. Go back to me. So let's have a look. Normal service resumed. Hi Regen. Hi Nathan, how are you? Sony's working 100%. Well, I'm glad to hear it's still going, mate. It's a lot of work, that was. Les likes the RAD 21. Hi David Tagg from Derbyshire. Jeff saying, I think the RV18 grill cloy. I'd have to send the valves to Glass Slinger for repair. Afternoon, Daniel, how are you? Right, you can stop that, Rob, as well. You'll be out of here, mate. You'd like to see the inside of that Regen receiver. Anthony wants a Bush VT103. We've got Thomas wants a Regen. Simon wants a Regen. Mem Stuff wants a Regen. Wenlock wants a Regen. It's just because you know that I haven't got a clue about it. This is why it is. You're punishing me, aren't you? I haven't got a shell suit. Dances. That'd be great, wouldn't it? A bit of bling. I need a VW sign hanging off my neck, don't I? Regen. Harp can see me with it on my shoulder. Phil Taylor, how are you? Oh, it's the same grill cloth as the RV20, is it? Okay, Jeff, got you. Feel the power's in. So I think it looks like we've got not unanimously the Regen, but it sounds like you want to have a look at the Regen. Okay, and I can tell you now, we can't power it up, and I'll show you why. Not that it's not possible to power it up. I just haven't got the kit here to power it up. So let me get you on the main camera then, and I'll go down and get the beastie. I'll go down and get the beastie, take me a cup of tea down, and sort myself out a beer at the same time. Pryor, how are you, John? So I've got all these radios outside at the moment, so I'm just hoping that it doesn't rain. If it rains, I'm in trouble. And you'll see me running in and out, pulling radios in. They're sort of in the sun a bit as well. It's not going to do them a lot of good. Give them a good air in anyway. Right, okay, first one. Let Mrs. C. We're going to want this one first. Is that okay? Don't like talking. You don't like talking, do you? Don't like talking, Coco. Oh, I need that bit of paper there. Oh, cool. Right. It's coming up. It's coming. It's coming. Oh. There he is. Is the camera going to focus? The camera don't like it. There he is. Oh. Don, how are you? And Derek's in. Afternoon, Derek. Gerard's in. Gerard wants the Regen. John Pryor wants the Mayflower. Mike Atlantis, how are you? Go for the Woodworm radius. Oh, we've got a few people that are saying they would like to see that one. Stream is playing up a little bit. Keeps flashing yellow and red, so if it gets too much, I will have to restart. So this bit of paper came with it. It's a medium wave UD coil 3. Let's push the radio back a little bit, and I'll just get this in the overhead camera so you can read. Well, it's a document reader actually, but. Autofocus. Just let me get it in shot. And a bit brighter. There we go. Let's get rid of me. So this bit of paper was taped to the lid. It's not a bit of paper, it's actually, can you see the date there? Look, November 1931. Modern wireless. So it looks like this is a kit that people could make. See, it says now for the second of this interesting series. I don't know if you can read that or not. I can get you in a bit closer so you can read that. It's difficult to see on this screen because it's so small. If you're watching on a telly, it'd be huge, just bet. So it looks like there was a first in the series. I'm not sure what the first was. So the tuner is the British General Tuning Unit, which fits onto the panel in the way shown in the photographs and wiring diagram. Don't give it all away, Les. Steady. So it says it's a plain detector resistance coupled to an LF valve and then transformer coupled to the output valve with an output choke and decoupling device in the detector lead. What on earth does all that mean? In case the British General Tuner, which is this is built around the British General Tuner unit then. So apparently these were built by a lot of amateurs, because like amateur radio guys, because they were easier to build. They used less parts than the super headsets. So these were quite popular back in the 20s and 30s apparently for home brewers. So there's a bit more. So it includes the device, which is a selector switch situated between the two knobs. Yeah, I can see that. 5 positions. In number 1, it's placed in number 1. The condenser is placed in the aerials. Number 2 cuts it out. Number 3 gives a large aerial coupling on medium waves. Number 4 is really for long wave work, and G means that the air is placed direct on the grid of the tuner. So we've got to be careful with this, because I don't know enough about these to be confident enough to drive this thing without damaging it. So I'm going to need a bit of help with this. So as Les said, the wave range may also be shifted to cover anything from about 200 meters up to 2,000 meters. This makes it a very useful core, because one can get these stations on the above bands without having any gap not covered by the tuning control. Apparently these had high Q, and they were quite sensitive, but they did need setting up right. So the reaction is of the rotor type and controlled by the lower knob on the tuner. So there's some information now on how to set it all up, step by step. But there's some diagrams of how it all goes together. And the all-important circuit diagram. Let's just zoom that out a fraction. So say this is from a magazine, so we can't quite see the reaction bit there because I'm zoomed in still a little bit too far. Let's go out a little bit more and a bit more. Oh, I see. Okay. Right, so the British General Tuner is only a part of it then, by the looks of it. So it looks like this section here is what they call the British General Tuner. The rest of it's amplification, I assume. So there's our feedback coming back in there, isn't it? Yeah, into the reaction. As I say, I know nothing about these, so any comments, feel free. Do I have all the parts? I don't know, Paddy. And welcome. Aaron, how are you, mate? So that's the circuit for it. So if you want to screenshot that, you can. But I really don't know how to set this up. So I've really got to get my head into this and do a bit more reading. I've got some old Valve radio books in my archives. There's other diagrams there on how it's all hooked up together, look, where you should place the components. And then there's a diagram on how to build the front panel. So this literally has been handmade, this radio, using this British tuner unit, which I think is just the controls on the front, because yeah, interesting. So most of the controls are on the back of the set that they show. You can see we've got a lot of terminals on the back. Well, we haven't got that with this one. So let's get you back to the main cam. Let's get the old overhead camera out of the way. Let's get the old thing back in shot, and we'll flip the lid, because I know you want to see what's inside. So let me see if I can prop it up a little bit from the back. Actually, if we go round the back, look. So instead of jack plugs, they've got this huge great loom of wiring. Now, all of this is labelled LT. It looks like CB. I'm not sure. CE. I'm not sure. It could be GB, I suppose. Yeah, GB. GB minus. I mean, how many voltages have we got to stick on this thing? Look at this. So this is the voltages that I'm going to need to try, and I'm going to have to build a power supply, I assume. Because, I mean, we've got none of these voltages. You know, 2 volts is probably easy enough to sort, maybe. Whether we could do that with a... I don't know. I mean, ideally. But do we need a separate power supply for the grid? I take it as grid bias 1 and grid bias 2, is it? We've got voltage for those as well, so I really don't know. Hi, Michael Hyde, how are you? As I say, it's been made pretty strong as plywood by the looks of it. But yeah, a lot of wires. So it beats me, I tell you. Right, let's see if I can prop this up then. You might be able to see it better from that angle, maybe. Now, as soon as I seen the pictures of this, I thought I'm going to have a bid on that, but I thought there's absolutely no way I'm going to be able to afford it. I'm not going to win this because usually these things go for quite a lot. Can I get you in there, or am I going to need to use the webcam? I think I'll use the webcam and just drag you in using that, I think. If I can untangle it from everything here. Seems to be loving everything at the moment. Right. There we go. We're in. Let's get a bit more light on the subject. Too much light. So we've got a Mullard, looks like PM1. Yeah, that light's thrown out now. Yes, we've got a Mullard PM1HL. It's all put together very, very neat, that. And we've got a couple, well, we've got a shiny, one of those like silvered valves there, which I can't see. I don't really want to stop pulling this about. And then we've got another valve down there. That it's a very, very well put together. Really, really neat. So we've got some tap-ins on this transformer here. Not sure what they're for. I assume this may be the output transformer, is it? Or is it a choke? I don't know. As I say, I'm going to have to get my head. I mean, look at that. Look at that airspace tuner. Look at that. That's huge. I mean, that's massive. If I get my hand in there, you can sort of see the size of that. It's absolutely huge. Sorry about the camera work, but I am having to sort of hold this. But yeah, that's a massive. It actually touches that wire at the back there. I don't know. Probably not supposed to do that, but. Very interesting. So this is our other tuning unit over here. So we got our reaction tuning down the bottom, which is just a big round coil, I assume, moving around in the bottom there. Not that you can see it probably, but let's see if I get the light over this way a bit. You might. So yeah, if I move the reaction, can you see this something moving in underneath there? Looks like a sphere. So it's probably got a winding on it, and it's you see the copper winding around the outside of it. So it's reacting to that, isn't it? And this is this massive, great switch, look, which switches between the... Whoa. That feels crusty. Ooh. So there you are. Let's just get rid of me a minute. Get you right in. So as I say, someone has made this. I mean, look at the joints. We've got dovetailed joints up in the corner. It's dovetailed over there. The brass hinges have been set into the panel. It definitely looks like a hardwood, something like mahogany, I would think. Is it ebonite on the front? I don't know. It doesn't look like ply unless they've really smoothed it down. So probably too close for the camera to focus. Right, just about. So it looks like we've got loudspeaker terminals up there. And this says aerial and earth. That's our selector switch. And then down the bottom we've got our reaction tuning. So assuming these plates come with this British tuning unit. It is a Regen set, Aaron. We reckon it's about 1931, David. This book that came with it has got a date of November 1931 on it. And this has been photocopied from Modern Wireless. So if anybody's got the Modern Wireless from November 1931, it's in there. Anyway, let's get rid of that shaky cam now. So there you are, a look inside it, but I don't know what to do with it. It would be an interesting set to try and get going, but I don't know really. I think probably it ought to go to a collector, really. Because I should think it's a fairly valuable set. I don't know. Anybody got any idea on the sort of value of something like that? It's a nice thing to have, isn't it? But it's not huge, to be fair. It's sort of the size of a medium-sized valve radio, I suppose. But it's been nicely put together and not very nicely finished. I quite like it. I quite like it. I think it's very bright for the age, probably been restored. I don't know. It's difficult to say, isn't it? Because, I mean, you know, the screws look old. You know, there's no Phillips screws in it anywhere. It's all flatheads. Flatheads, slot-headed even. It's all slot-head screws in it throughout. So no, I think it probably is original, you know. Someone might have just freshened it up and given it a sand down and a revarnish maybe. It looks shinier on the camera than it actually is. You can see the lights sort of blowing it out there, but yeah, that's just my light blowing it out really. Why on earth did I buy it? I had to have it, Harvey, didn't I? Why could I not buy it? I mean, I buy these things to show you guys. That's what I buy them for mainly. It's content for the channel, isn't it? Les says it's a museum piece. John loves the box. Rolf, how you doing, mate? Highly inefficient by today's standards. Apparently they're quite good performers still. I was reading about them this morning, Rolf. You know, apparently they do work very well, but they can cause a bit of interference, apparently. Afternoon, Derek. How good are you? How are you? I mean, what's Don saying? Arranging the power supply will be half the battle. Yeah, I wonder. I know there is a multi-power supply plan in the Vintage Radio forum, or vintageradio.net, I think it is. They've got a plan there for a multi-output power supply. You're going to look on the back issue Practical Wireless website. That'd be a good idea, David. See if you can find any more info on it, mate. Main wood case looks original. Back, base, and maybe front look newer. Oh, I don't know. It's got a choke. Where's it got a choke? That's this cold start in the mornings. I don't know. It's a lovely thing. And as I say, I just put a bid on it, thinking I wouldn't win it. To be fair, and I did win it. I was quite surprised. A bit of dust on it on the front there, look, but. At the end of the day, someone may have just kept it in their living room. But that's a very old bit of kit, isn't it? Yeah, very nice. So it's a nice thing. Do you have a horn speaker to go with it? No, they do. In the picture, they show a speaker, so maybe that was part one, was building the speaker, perhaps. I don't know. It's got loudspeaker terminals up the front here, Don. I've got nothing like that. I'm okay, Derek, getting there, mate. That's some fun and games, but I'm getting there. I'm getting there. The voice still ain't great, to be fair. I've still got something wrong with my throat, but apart from that, I'm good. And I can't hear in one ear, Derek. So, I don't know what speaker you hook up to it, really. I don't know what the impedance of the speaker would have to be. So it's coming out of a 2 microfarad capacitor by the looks of it, from an output choke. Yeah, I'm just trying to see if it gives any information on the speaker output. I can't even see on the schematic where it comes off. HT minus, low tension minus, low tension switch. Ah, here we go. Yes, it's got an output choke coming off of V3. So yeah, there's a fair bit about it, but not everything. It doesn't really tell you a massive amount. A list of parts. Hang on, we've got a list of parts here on it. Resistances, condensers, valve holders. No. Transformer, yeah, nothing about a speaker, but maybe part one, maybe October 1931 might have the speaker, I don't know. But speaker's high impedance around 2K. That's saying you have a kit built one from 1929. Works okay, not bad. It's pre-war, Rob. Or pre-World War II, anyway. Most used transformers. I mean, it's got yeah, it's just coming off. It looks like it's connected to the LT minus. Which is connected to the HT minus. And then it comes directly off the anode of V3, looking at the schematic. Let's get it back on this one a minute. So yeah, there's the diagram again, look. So the speaker is coming off of V3 here. I'll put down my pointery thing now. There we go. Yeah, so the speaker's coming off here, look. So you've got an output choke. This is the anode of V3, and it's coming off via a 2 microfarad capacitor. And then the ground is linking HT minus and LT minus. Yeah. So I don't know if that gives anybody any better ideas as to what the speaker ought to be. So this is unusual that we got this GB2 and GB plus. And I'm assuming you've got to feed an extra voltage in for that. Let me see if I can get the thing up on the vintage radio form a minute. See if that is capable of running this. I need to get some lubrication down my neck. Vintage radio. Is it .net or .org? Okay. No, that's strange. No one's got the URLs on that. Oh, it's parked apparently. UK vintage radio.com. Here we go. Some UK vintage radio repair and restorations. Now there's down here somewhere, I think it's projects to build. And if you want the URL, it's at vintage-radio.com. So if I stick that in the chat, you can click on this and will it let me paste it? Yes it will, there you go. So as I say, we need to be in projects to build. There's some nice projects on this. So we've got a power supply for battery valve radios. Now, whether this has got enough outputs. Yeah, now that's just for like a suitcase radio. It's not a multi output. It's only two outputs by the looks of it, LT and HT. So unfortunately that one won't do it. I did think they had one for other stuff, but maybe they haven't then. No. But there are some nice things in it. This is where I got my plan for my lamp limiter from here as well. So if anyone wanted to build the lamp limiter, this is where I got the idea from. Pretty much done it the same as that, except I've got a batten instead of a bulkhead. So yeah, that's the lamp limiter. So yeah, it's very good of them to put all this together. I think most of this is done by Paul Stennin. But yeah, so you build one there. I mean, I've got other ones I suppose I could adapt. But yeah, this is a very useful thing to have as well. Now I've got the DVD, but it's not working. It's I think it's degraded. It just won't boot up in my computer at all. Anyway, I'm deviating again, aren't I? So yeah, I did think that there was a plan, but it's just a plan to build a dual power supply for the old like Roberts and that. What's Derek saying? The PM1HL valve has a GB of 1.5 volts. Is it GB1 on your diagram? Let's get back to the diagram then for Derek. Let's have a quick look. GB1. Just because we've got GB minus 2. I don't know if that means GB2, and we've got GB plus. GB1 is here, look. So this is V1. So what does it say on the back of the set? So it says GB1 minus GB2 minus. I assume it means minus 1.5 to 3 volts and 4.5 to 6 volts. So does that mean I've got to feed in voltages here as well then? So GB1 minus, GB2 minus and GB plus. I can't see a GB plus written on there anywhere. It's a head scratcher for me, I can tell you. What is V2? Is V2 the middle one, I assume? It looks like a PM1LF. Does that sound right? Again, I really don't want to disturb it. PM1LF is written on the label. Ah, yeah, it is. Let's get back to the setlet. if we look at the back on our little label there, that tells us what the 3 valves are. Look. So none of this voltage information is in these instructions at all. None of it, which is very strange. Now we've got the mini run coming through at 2 o'clock today as well. So yeah, that's the 3 valves there, Derek. Yeah, that's saying GB1 minus 1.5 to minus 3. Yeah. Yeah. I think really that needs to go to somebody that knows what they're doing. I certainly don't fancy trying to fire that up myself. I'm not saying I couldn't, I just don't fancy it. Secret Engineer. If anyone wants the whole Modern Wireless magazine featuring this radio, you can get it here. Oh wow. Nice one, Rich, thank you. Aston, how you doing, mate? Right, so let's get some beer out because my throat is dry as a bone. So we've still got plenty of the old Bishop's Finger left. Courtesy of Simon from Simon's World. Still going strong, Simon. I haven't drunk it all yet. Wow. So this is the link that Rich has just put in. Modern Wireless, look. November 1931. God, I believe you can still get this. It's unreal. This World Radio History has got some great scans. Medium wave Unicore 3 is there on page 446. What we want is the one prior to this one. Ah, here we go. Is this it? Oh no. That's the world's biggest valve. 446. I've gone past it, haven't I? Four 446 or 466? No, there it is. A no trouble set to make and use. That's a much better picture than I've got actually. I shall have to print that out, won't I? So you can see the terminals there, look. Where's the grid bias voltages coming from then? See, there's no... Oh, hang on, we've just got flying leads here. Look, GB minus 1, GB minus 2, and GB plus down here. Yeah. Only about 30 leads to connect. I wonder if we can fudge this and then put the 10th in, see if it'll give us part 1 of whatever that was. Yeah, it might do. Let's get some, ugh, well, that is stuck to the bottom. Bit of sellotape. Suppose it was modern back then, wasn't it? It's taking a while to load up because my internet's not going great at the moment. Let's come back off that then a minute while that's loading up. Oh. Anthony's saying glass slinger published a power supply that he uses for this type of radio. Yeah, he is hellish clever. How on earth you make a valve from scratch, I do not know, but he does. Anyway, cheers everybody. My voice should improve with the finger in me. The bishop's finger, of course. So yeah, that is about it for that one, really. What an interesting bit of kit. I would like to try and do something with it, but I just don't want to do anything that would damage it because whether you can still get any of this stuff anymore, I don't know, but it's a lovely, lovely thing. I couldn't have left it in the auction, could I? I had to have it. Just had to have it. What's Derek saying? The GB wires are connected to a block of 1.5 volt batteries connected in series. 0 to 1.5 to 3 to 4.5. Yeah, I mean that may well be how it's wired up, Derek. HT plus 2 LT plus yeah, that's the LT plus. What's this one here? LT minus. I mean, look at these old connectors. They don't make them like that anymore, I can tell you. GB minus, and it's got 2 written on it. I mean, they're all labelled up, so I should be able to work it out, really. HT plus. Yeah, they are all sort of grouped together as well. So I could do it with batteries, I suppose, couldn't I? Well, GB plus is not in the wires because it's connected to ground inside the radio. Okay, right, got you, Derek. Glad you know about this stuff, Derek. GB minus 1. GB minus 2. Yeah, it's above me, that. It's above me. It's above my pay grade, that, definitely. But yeah, thanks for the info, Derek. I wonder if our page has loaded up yet. Yes, it has. Okay. So let's have a look at that. So we're now on Modern Wireless, October 1931. It's a free full-size blueprint of the medium wave super quad. Look at that thing. How? Razor keen selectivity. It's a different era altogether, isn't it? So what have they got here then? So the 4-band 3 radio recommended frame aerial. I don't know. Let's just go down through it, shall we? Lotus luxury set, look, £14, 14 shillings, no pence. Cosser Valves, freedom from hum, long life. I wonder what part 1 was then. It doesn't really say, does it? LF instability. All sorts in here, isn't it? Well worth looking up, these old magazines. Radio and the Moon. Oh, there's our blueprints. It's actually got the blueprints. They've actually included the scan of the blueprints. Look, wow. It makes continentals sound like locals. Look, this thing. They always picture it with a speaker, don't they? It's a very similar sort of parts list to the other one. Well, maybe this is part 1 then, perhaps, is it? Oh, this is a super hat now. Okay, that's not a regen then. So let's see if we can find where part 1. Proper homebrew stuff, isn't it? I suppose back then you couldn't buy a radio, so you had to build your own. Is that right? Super quad still we're on. Less trouble than many 3s. How much power? It's all about speakers here, so whether this is something to do with it. Treble tracking. Apologies if I'm shooting through this too fast, people, but you can download this magazine yourself at worldradiohistory.com. I've got the fan going today because it's really hot in here. This is that tuning cap that's in this one. It's a massive great thing here. On the right we have a JB variable condenser. This is just advert for this show, I think. How to get there? Oh yeah. Yeah, this is all about this exhibition. Searching the stands. It's like the NVCF for 1931. Or whatever it's called, Retro Tech now. Yeah, this is all adverts here, I think. EK Cole. Let's skip down a little bit. Okay, right, we're back in normal. Right, what have we got here then? What have we got here? Is this part 1? Band 3. The 4. Again, they're sort of showing this speaker beside them, aren't they? But they don't really talk much about the speaker. Yeah, so this is a very similar set by the looks of it. Reactance condenser. So basically that's for 4 bands. The other one we got is, well, the one we got here is just for medium wave. God, they're so detailed, aren't they, these magazines? Just looking to see if this is part 1, continued on page 406. So there's a special supplement. So page 406, don't we? We're nearly there, 396. Is that a Bluetooth speaker there I saw? Oh dear. 404, 405, so 406. Continue from page 322. Ferranti speakers, look. I mean, you can pick these speakers up at like the British Vintage Wireless Society auctions. I think they're available on YouTube, eBay as well. I'll get off of this in a second. I just want to finish reading this just to see if it says part 2. 410. Tiger Tim's Little Folks Modern Boys Annual. Tiny Tots. Ringing Valves. Page 411. We've got lots of adverts in here. Yeah, okay. So I'm sorry about trawling through that, but it's very interesting. Brett, how you doing? Long life UHT. What on earth are you on about? It says in here it's part 2. It says, and now for the second of this interesting series. That's what I was looking at, Rich. So I think possibly, because that says Model B, whether the other one was Model A, but it definitely says at the very start, it's the second in this series. So I think the other one was that 4-band radio that we just looked at. Afternoon, Nigel, how are you? Thomas, you can lose whole gaps of your day when you start to look at old radio mags. I know they are fascinating. Some of the old practical wireless ones are great. Swapped the faulty LEDs on a 55-inch TV, pressed it, and it worked. Excellent, Nigel. Sent email, last pic shows GB battery. Thanks, Derek. It scrolled by an article written by M.G. Scroogey. You were inspired by his Principles of Wireless book as a lad. Just catching up the chat. Derek's saying, read my email. So let's see if I can get into my email, Derek. This could be a bit of a feat. For some reason it's... I don't know where my browsers disappeared to. Oh dear. Let's open up a new window. Oh, I tell you what, this is on a go slow today. I've opened up about 4 pages now, Right, let me just find my email a minute and we'll get at what Derek's just sent me. And then we can perhaps move on. So you need to be thinking about the next radio to have a look at. We're not going to go on for hours today. I want to try and be sorted by 5 if I can. I went on a bit long last week, being I wasn't very well, and didn't do me a lot of good, I don't think. Oh, this is not your radio then, this is someone else's, is it? What's that? Magnifier. Doesn't work very well. Yeah, it's not coming up great on my email, Derek. Oh, that's a bit better. Okay. So this is what Derek's just sent me. This is a picture of someone. They've got the horn speaker at the top there. That. It sounds like minis are coming through. You'll hear all sorts of noise in a minute. This is the inside of the set. And that's the batteries by the looks of it. Or power supply. I wonder what on earth is inside that, Derek. Somebody somewhere must have a schematic on how to build one of these power supplies, or do you just put them together with normal batteries? I don't know. I do not know. Thanks for that, Derek. I'm just going to put my page back to 100% now. Goes into outer space house. Can you hear that lot? It's always a hell of a sight when they go through. Oh, it's your radio, not been used for a while, but I may wind it again soon. Need to remagnetize the speaker. Oh, it is your radio then, Derek. Oh, great stuff. See if I can get the RAD 21 going. So the battery is the original casing restuffed. So it would have been done with one battery, Derek, would it? That's interesting. You've got a Fidelity RAD 20, nothing like the RAD 21. See, I've got some Fidelities that Les let me have in the other room. Oh, you heard the General Lee horn, Aaron, did you? He did. Them Duke boys is out here. Brilliant. It's a hell of a thing to watch. That went down rather well. My first finger of the day. Right, let me take this one out of the way. And we'll get the Fidelity up, because I played about with Fidelity on here for a long time. I have got a fairly mint one boxed up in the loft, but I can't really remember which one it is. So I don't know what to do with this radio. I just don't know what to do with it. So any suggestions, then please feel free to message me or email me. I'm on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. I'm just going to open the door and have a quick look outside. Look. What is it, Coco, eh? Mrs. Cruncher's out there videoing it. Right, let's grab the Fidelity then. Let's grab the Fidelity. Fidelity, Coco? You don't know what all the noise is, puppies, do you? Now, I wonder, was it a Fidelity RAD 21 that Les gave me a couple of? God, what a racket, isn't it? There's loads of them. It's hell of a spectacle to watch. I'd forgotten all about it, to be honest, so there we are. There's the Fidelity RAD 21. Impressive looking radio. I'm just going to see if it's the same as the ones that Les let me have. Yes, it is. So I've actually got 3 of these because Les has let me have a couple as well. In fact, they look different for some reason. Okay. Interesting. So yeah, Les has let me have. I didn't realise it was the same radio, Les. I probably wouldn't have bothered buying it if I'd known. But yeah, I've got 3. So I can probably make a bit of a minter out of all 3 of them, you know. So we got that one. We got that one. And we got that one. A triple whammy. Got a 3er. Yeah, it's every year on this bank holiday they have a mini run, a huge mini run. I mean, there's hundreds and hundreds of minis, and they all pile through our village. So yeah, as you can hear, it's pretty noisy. And one of the problems with this one is it's got bits broken out of here. The front panel's nice, the front's nice, the sides are quite dark and really nice. It's got the aerials good by the looks of it. It's in great condition now. I think Les's sets are this one with no writings. The writings rubbed off on this one. Got a broken corner there, but that one's okay. So I could possibly put that bit of plastic on here, because this has got a little tiny broken bit of plastic on it. So that potentially could be for that side. And this one looks good on this side. So we've got an on-off toggle switch there, and Les has modified that one. Got a half decent area on that one, have we? Yeah. Okay, so between the 3 of them, I could get one that's absolutely mint, really, because that's the only thing I can see so far is these corners are just broken off. And I can see why they're broken off. It's so easy to knock them off. Let me just put these 2 back in the other room, because I've got nowhere to put them down here. Minis are still coming through, look. It takes them quite a while to come through. They've got a police stop the block the road and all sorts. Yeah, I didn't realise it was RAD 21 you gave me, Les. I thought it was RAD 12 or something like that, but I think the one I got up in the loft is a RAD 18, is it? Can you hear that? If I open the if I go and stand in the bathroom here at the front of the house, still coming through. They never came through the village last year. They missed us out, but they have done this year, which is nice. I think that was all of them. There's probably some stragglers, but oh, they're full of lot fits, Les, are they? Well, here we are then. Let's have a closer look at this one, because as I say, I've never had one of these apart. I've done a few Fidelities, but not a RAD 21. I say I've done. I think I got one that was pretty good, and I gave that one to. I sold it to Steve Pendlebury. Steve had that one because he there's some sort of nostalgic thing, and he wanted one, so I sold that one on to Steve. But yeah, feels like a wood grill. It might be plastic, I don't know, but certainly the sides are wood. Press and the lift for access to batteries. Press or pressed it. How do you lift it then? It looks a bit grotty down here. I can see a bit of rust. Ooh, yeah, that's not good. This won't be running on batteries anytime soon. Let's get you in closer then, and we'll have a good look at this one. So you can, I'm sure you can see in there that the battery compartment is pretty corroded. Now it might, again, we might be lucky and Les's is good. So someone's left the batteries in there, or it's been sat in water. I would think that's been sat in water. I think that's been caused by damp, you know, because they're not green, they're just rusty. I mean, I can probably replace those or make something. So it takes a hell of a lot of batteries by the looks of it. It looks like it's 2, 4, 6, 8 D cells, is it? Probably it looks like D cell size. Just trying to see if I've got a D cell knocking about here. I did have. There's always the same, isn't it? Whenever you want one, there we go. Whenever you want one, you can't find one. Yeah, so it's D cells. But we have got a 12-volt DC input in it over here, look. So we've got 12-volt DC we can stick in. It doesn't say whether it's center pin negative or positive, which is a bit of a pain, so we'll need to look that up. Looks like it's got an external aerial hole. It's got a tape output, so don't expect there's an input in that, and it's got an earphone socket, so it's got all the bells and whistles, isn't it? Let's have a look at the top. Separate treble and bass, and these knobs are in good nick as well. Tuning works. That's good news. It means we've still got a dial cord. We've got dial lights as well. I'll be amazed if they work. Long wave, medium wave. We've got short wave, an MB, which I assume is marine band. FM, AFC, an external aerial switch, and right on the end, the telescopic, which again, that looks pretty good. So, do you think it'll work? This is the thing. Do you think our Fidelity RAD 21 is going to work? While you think about that, I'm going to get another beer underway because my throat is still dry. That's my excuse anyway. So we're going to have a Spitfire next. I'm going to mix it up a bit. Thank you, Simon, again. You think it will work, but badly. So we need to find out the polarity of this this socket, because what we do not want to be doing is reversing it. You think it's a worker? It's not going to work on batteries for sure, Benji. You're dead right there. Right, let me see if I can find a schematic for Fidelity RAD 21. Radio Museum, they got 5 pictures, but have they got a schematic? No, Radio Museum haven't got a schematic. Okay. The code machine has, but we've got to pay for that. Service data, I've got it. Vintage hi-fi. Radio workshop. No, he hasn't got that. Ah, I don't think we can get a schematic for it without paying. Well, I can get a schematic because I have got the disc from the British Vintage. No, from Paul Stennin, but I don't know if I can load it up. I've bought. Well, I haven't bought. As part of my auction wins, I've got a couple external CD drives or DVD drives. Because all these modern computers, including my iMac, do not come with a disk drive in them anymore. So if you've got any discs, you can't play the limited things. It seems crazy to me. Penny pinching. I wonder, are they in the radio and television servicing? That says Fidelity record producer there, so that obviously ain't the one. RAD 24, RAD 18. Some of these Fidelities are difficult to get the service manual for. It must be in the radio and television servicing. RAD 22. RAD 24. So there's more minis coming through. It's the second phase. There'll be some stragglers, some breaker downers. And somewhere there is an index. I've got it on my iPad, but not on this computer. There's an index of the radio and television servicing magazine. Oh, you've got... Derek sent me an email. Look out. Thank you, Derek. You're looking after me today. Thank you very much, Derek. You really are looking after me today. So I'm just downloading that. It's going to take a little while because I'm streaming as well. Okay, let's open that. Ah, brilliant stuff. Thank you very much for that, Derek. Five-band AMF and portable radio, 9 transistors, 6 diodes, lots to go wrong. "12-volt DC socket." Again, doesn't tell us which is which. Could take it apart, I suppose. Brilliant. Thank you for this, Derek. Let's have a look then. Okay, power supply is going to be on the next page. You always seem to go from left to right with power supplies. Here we go. DC 12 volt. So it looks like it's pin positive, doesn't it? Center pin positive. That's what I would derive from that. Pin positive. Yeah, because the jack plug goes in, it makes contact with the negative, and then it switches out the batteries to stick the DC down this line here. Okay, center pin positive. I'm pretty sure that that is correct. Thank you, Rob. Afternoon, Jess. What will I be doing when the electric prices go up? It's just mental. I dread to think, Jess, to be honest, because it's going to go up by 80%, our bills. And my bill's already really high for electric. If it goes up by 80%, my electric per month is going to be over 200 quid. There's only 2 of us live here. I mean, I'm paying... I don't know what I'm paying at the moment, but I'm paying over 100 quid. If it goes up 80%, I am going to be over £200 a month for my electric bill. Jeff, Michael Caine will be coming through soon on his way to the Italian job. So everybody seems to think it's going to work then, but we'll need a recap. Mains only, batteries ain't going to work. So let's zoom you out and let's stick it on my power supply. Well, it looks like Mrs. Cruncher has videoed the mini runs, so I'll have to see if I can pinch the video off of her and upload it to YouTube later, if anyone wants to see that. It is quite a spectacle. I say they bypassed the slash. It was some red tape rubbish, insurance or something like that, something ridiculous. It's great that they come back through this year. Okay, power supply then. We think centre pin positive. So this was in a job lot of 3 radios. I'll tell you what they were and what I paid a minute. My auction winners. So this was in with the Bush VTR and another Ranger. So I've got this one, the Bush VTR 103, and a Ranger for £40.45. So 3 radios for £40.45. But the VTR was worth that on its own, really. The Ranger, they're not worth a lot. They're not great radios, but you know. Right, so let's set 12 volts on my power supply. So I'm going to set the current limit right down just in case I've got it around the wrong way. So let's have a look. Where are we? We're in here. That didn't sound very healthy. And absolutely no current draw at all. No. She's dead, Jim. Now we've got to have one of these buttons pushed down. Dial light. No. It's drawing 10 milliamps, so basically nothing. No worries, Derek. I'll get that off Mrs. Cruncher. Could be a dodgy on-off switch. Could be a dirty connection there. Let's just give it a quick squirt of Servisol. Let's turn the power supply off a minute and just give it a bit of a working in and out. Well, it might be that I haven't got the right size plug there, because it's making contact. Let's try it again. No, it's not drawing any current whatsoever. Okay. So what we're going to have to do, we're going to have to take it apart, aren't we? It's going to have to come apart. Right, let's switch over to this camera and let's get it apart. If it'll come apart, because there are some very rusty screws in here. I'm going to give them a little squirt with some WD a minute, because they are rusty. That one looks okay. Yeah, there's 2 screws in the battery compartment and there's one in there. I assume this back panel just hinges up then. Oh, there's a couple of screws underneath there as well, and they're really rusty as well. Well, 3 screws. Oh, wrong one. One, 2, 3. Let's let that settle in a minute. Yeah, I'll stick the video on Patreon first and then I'll upload it to YouTube a little bit later in the week. Yeah, I think I can rebuild the battery terminals in this fairly easily, actually. Right, let's just have a little bit of a scrape. Use the old scrapey that Rob gave me, one of these. Yeah, I may have to drill these out. These may have to be drilled out. I don't think I'm going to get a screwdriver. I might be lucky, but I might end up having to drill them out. I can't even uncover the slot on those. I can on those 3. Right, let's see if any of these screws will come out. Cool. Just. They're going to need to go into a bit of a vinegar bath, I think. Well, that's those out. So that'll gain us access to those 2 bits. I wonder if we can get away with just taking this one out. Les has taken these apart before. Yes, okay. That's great. Excellent. So it looks like the other ones don't need to be undone for now. We're saying that. They probably do to get the thing out of the chassis, don't they? Yeah, this is very similar to the RAD 18 that I've done. Very similar layout. Doesn't look like we've got anything overly. Oh, I think we've got a new capacitor. Someone's been in here and recapped this, I think. Don't think all of these are original. That one isn't, I don't think. Let's prop it up and I'll zoom you in. I'm using Sean's lovely proppy uppy things that he gave me. Sean is doing okay, by the way, people, and I'd like to thank everybody that sent him stuff. People have emailed me for his address and been very generous and sent Sean bits and pieces. I've got a load of stuff to send him, but you don't want me to send it to him because he wants to come and pick it up, so I'm not sure when that'll be. So there we are. So this is obviously the output stage over here. with output transistors on these very Heath Robinson. Look at these, look. Just floating in the air. It's got an ELAC speaker, 8 ohm by the looks of it. It's a decent sized speaker. It's got a lot of verdigris in there, so let's get rid of some of that. I think I'm going to need to take it out of the chassis to get onto the power supply. And I can see the on-off button there, but just cleaning that out a little bit. Yeah. I'm not convinced that that socket's any good. I want to get onto the wires behind it, really. Hello there, bezels. Croc clips onto the supply capacitor. We think that's this one here, do we? Let's have a look then. Let's get the schematic up and have a look. Yes, C40 is across the... So we've got C40 here, which is 1000 microfarad. I assume it's that one. Is connected to the positive and the negative rail. Assuming that top is the negative. Doesn't say. Not a very clear schematic, is it? Yeah, C40 is across the power supply, so we could that would just bypass the on-off switch, wouldn't it? So we could stick 12 volts across that. Let's do that. Let's do that, shall we? See how we go. You're more of a regular Hacker and Roberts collector. It's worth diversifying sometimes, Bez. You never know. You might find something of interest that you just like the look of. So we should be able to connect our power supply straight across that one. So let's grab another section of the power supply with some croc clips on it, if I can find them. Buried in amongst everything. I've been working on my Nakamichi this week, as well as doing loads of other things. So I've managed to sort Michael's power supply amplifier even for the Marine Herald. So I'm going to connect this up. So this is going to bypass the power switch. So let's just current up very gently. Okay. I can hear something. Drawing 20 milliamps. It's not drawing a lot. Let's just get the aerial up. Where are we? VHF. No. Dial lamp works. That's amazing. That sounds like transistors dying to me. Oh dear. That's a no. It's very, very quiet as well, so there's definitely a problem either in the amplifier stage or the IF. It could be capacitors. Let's give it a little squirt. Let's go up the back end of the, let's make sure I don't bend that aerial. Now, can I get into these pots? I can get into that one. Get into that one. And that one. As Les said, it's full of lock fits. All right, let's try it again. I don't like the sound of that. I do not like the sound of that at all. You don't seem to make it on FM. So let's have a look on FM. Where are we? So there should be something there around 100 megs. Should be classic FM. So let's see if I can find it anywhere in the radio with a signal tracer. Oh, no worries, Aaron. Catch you soon, mate. Thanks for dropping in. Right. So we've got a ground. Can I get a ground in there? Yeah. So look at some of these drivers. What a racket. It's not happy, is it? That's RF. It's got to be IF's got to be down here somewhere. Does sound like a noisy transistor here somewhere. Doesn't sound like there's anything getting through the IF stage. I'm just on the discriminator diodes, nothing on that. Nada. I'm pretty sure that's... is it though? This is the first one I've done here. Shush. No, nothing. Nothing on the IF at all. Wow. That's a project, isn't it? Immerse it in a bucket of contact cleaner and play Beethoven's Fifth on the buttons, yeah. Shove it in a load of isopropyl. It could be a faulty tuning cap. I mean, these do go to powder, but it looks okay. It's just a lot of noise on it for some reason. I don't know if that's because of where I've connected the power up. I don't know. I mean, we don't have medium wave, long wave or FM, do we? I mean, everything looks there. It does look like somebody's been in and... It's just a loudness tap on the volume pot. Let me get me eyes on it, just have a look, see if I can see anything physically wrong with it. Hi Nick, how are you? You're late again. I mean, some of these caps are going to be dodgy, but I'd have thought I'd have been able to get something at least on the base of some of these IF transistors, but it doesn't appear to be, does it? I mean, the amplifier is quite quiet, but then that's going to be down to capacitors. But oh, actually, well, looking at the output transistors, I don't know if you'll be able to see this or not. Let me see if I can get you on the overhead camera. Maybe. So I'm looking at this one. Can you see? It doesn't appear that that leg is connected to anything. That's just moving up and down. So either the print's lifted or we're not connected to anything. Can you see it? It's just moving up and down. So it's going to have to come out of the chassis. The chassis. It's going to have to come out the chassis. And I'm going to have to skip to the loo. Let's get rid of some finger. So I'll let you diagnose that board when I go to the toilet. God, smells lovely down there. We've got an amazing pork joint from locally from Stu and Sarah. One of their own pigs that they've done. So yeah, smells amazing. Right, that's better. Room for more now. Oh yeah, it does smell good. Right. I think we're going to need this out of the chassis. We need to have a look at the back of the board. Obviously it's not a great design, is it, with just those hanging free. One is definitely either lifted the trace or broken away from the trace, one of the two. You'd like to see me live on stage doing it, Bezels. I don't know how we do radio repair live on stage. I suppose it's possible, but okay. Are these going to be kind to me? That one is. Look at this one. Yeah, this one's literally got no head left on it at all. No head on them. Yeah, I've had no stage inquiries yet, Basil. But you never know. You never know. One day I might get discovered. Look. No, that one's not going to come out. If I can get the screwdriver to bite in him, he might. I've just got to clean all the rust out from the gaps. Now, what do I want to do this? Let's squirt it with a bit of isopropyl. I don't really want. Loads more. WD in it. Get off. Pair of radios on a circus tightrope. You wouldn't get me on a circus tightrope, Bezel. Tightrope. Go on, bite. Got him. God, I don't believe that. That is nasty, that. I really don't know how I managed to unscrew that, but there's not a lot left of that. Okay, let's have a look then. How does this come out now? That's pretty good. So it looks like it should, in theory, all come out in one. I ought to look at the service manual, didn't I, really? Because that'll tell me how to take it out of the chassis, won't it? Come on, Graham, sort yourself out. Sort yourself out, man. Let me have some more beer when I'm thinking about it. Ben, thank you for the tip, mate. Appreciate it. faulty lock fits. It's almost certainly going to be that. Just the noise, Les, you can hear that sort of crackling noise, you know, shouts lock fit at you, doesn't it, really? I think this has been left in a damp place for a considerable amount of time. I don't think it's battery damage because there's no green on it whatsoever. Normally you get green, I suppose, if it was not. What was it before alkaline? What is the normal batteries? They might not have caused it to go green, but all right, let's get our manual up that Derek's very kindly let me have. Something crawling on me. Let's see if we can see how to get the thing out of the chassis. So let's have a quick look at the operation. So on FM, signals are transferred to the RF amplifier TR1 via the telescope area and input transformer T1 with overload protection by D1. TR2 functions as a mixer oscillator with D2 operating as AFC diode. Okay, that's FM. So that's FM front end. Base of TR3, which operates as the first IF amplifier in the FM mode, and a mixer oscillator when in the receiver is switched in AM mode. TR4 and 5 form a 2-transistor IF amplifier circuit, so that should be present, the IF on FM and AM. On TR4 and 5, we should be getting it. TR4 and 5, I don't know where they are, probably these two here. Those two, I expect. So AM and FM alignment. Dismantling. Remove the carrying handle and the handle fixing screws from the side of the cabinet. Okay, so this handle must be old is it on the keyhole type slots, or? So normally you just push them down, but this is plastic. I don't want to break. Ah, it's moving. It's that one. Yep. Oh God, that one don't want to go. Yeah, that's this has got very wet, this radio. So it looks like it's held in by the handle as well. So we can certainly get to that one. And undo it. Cool, flipping out. Yeah, this is rusted. Let that soak in. I'll also put a squirt on there as well. One good use for WD-40 is penetrating oil. It's not the best. In my previous life as a gas engineer, we used to use Plus Gas, which was brilliant stuff. Plus Gas is the way to go. Hi Michael, how are you? Pull aerial up. Why is that? Right, is that going to play ball now? Yes, it is. That's better. A bit of WD and away we go, look. There's our handle. Gone. Let's see if these will budge now. A bit of WD-age. Yep, she's a coming. God, these screws are all really rusty. So this has got really wet. I mean, you know, this is not damp, this is wet. So I suspect whatever the problem is down to this corrosion. Well, that one was loose anyway. It was stopping you tilting it. I understand, Michael. Yeah, no worries. The aerial's down now, out of the way. Okay, so that's those out. Let's have a look what the rest of the manual says. Remove the carrier handle, remove the two Phillips head screws from the bottom of the battery. Well, I've done that. Lift control panel front trim clear of cabinet moulding and slide the control panel PC board towards the back of the cabinet. This should it definitely wants to. It definitely seems to want to come off, but okay, maybe you've got to just push it past that bit there. We're in. Ooh. That's nasty. Cool, this has had a lot of corrosion. Hell. So where's that output one there then? Oh yeah, we definitely got a broken trace there. Well, we're in. We've got some factory bodges in here as well to have a look at. Let's let's get you in here. Right, where am I? That's that. You want to be there, okay. Here we are on the underside. Can you see the factory bodge? Can you see the factory bodge? Prep done for Sunday lunch, very nice. Did I get outbid on anything from the auction? Yes, I did, Simap. I missed out on a cassette Sovereign, but then it went for too much in my opinion, because I have got 3 here already. I didn't really need another one. If it had gone a bit cheaper, I would have got it. I'm trying to think what else I got outbid on. I think some hi-fi stuff I got outbid on, but then I sort of had my limits to it, and I stuck to my limits, and I think that's, if you're going to go to an auction, that's what you need to do. So I take it you can see our factory bodge here. So basically they've cut the track and put this resistor in. Obviously that was something to do, I don't know, unless that's been done afterwards. Every screw in here is rusty. I mean, you can't see the screw down there, but you would if I go up. I mean, look. Every single screw in here is rusty. This has been really, really wet at some stage in its life. Mother-in-law coming round. Oh, Daniel, what are you going to do to mother-in-law? Right, let's just show you this. Where am I? So I move for here. There we are. So this is that. This is that output transistor. And if I wiggle it, I'm sure you'll see. Now, it might actually be connected to the track still, so let's check that. So could explain why it was really quiet, because we might have just had one transistor working. So let's just stick it in continuity mode so you can hear it and see if that track is connected. So if we go from there to there, no, it's not. That is. But that is not connected to the track. So if I touch that transistor, nothing. If I touch a track, so let's get that one soldered on. I don't think that's our problem, to be honest, but it might be preventing the power going through to the later stages. It could be. It could be. Be good if it was. Let's get some stuff out of the way. Sandra's been complaining of plus gas after the beans on toast last night. Very good. Oh dear. Right, let's get the old eyes on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to suck the solder off of that first. I'm going to put a little bit of flux on it. And a nice fresh bit of solder. There she blows. So now we should have continuity. So I'm just going from this resistor here to there. We now have continuity. Okay, so that's the amplifier bit sorted. Let's just have a check around elsewhere while I'm in here. There's all sorts of bodgery going on. What has gone on there? What has gone on there? I mean, I don't know if you can see this, but I'm looking in this area here. So there's a big scratch down through the board there where somebody slipped with something. There's a bodge wire there, a bodge wire there, bodge wire there. Interesting. So I'm going to have a poke around with a pokery poking tool. A poke around with a pokery poking tool and let's see if we've got any other dry joints. So let's switch you back to the main camera a minute, because That was a little bit too close. So I'm just going to go round. I can see there's some dodgy looking joints around the switch bank area. So I'm just going to have a bit of a visual look around the board while I've got it out. Just make sure we've got nothing else dodgy. See, that resistor hardly touching there. Just resolder that, because that's not making a good joint at all. Where's my solder gone? Always put my solder down somewhere and I end up using more. Better. Always worth having a go over it visually first, because some things, as I've learnt to my detriment in the past, can be actually quite simple to repair. So somebody's definitely been in here before trying to get this working. I mean, look at that bit of foam there, it's like perished to hell. Yeah, somebody's been in here poking around for definite. What was that? Okay, it's just a ferrite. Nothing exciting there. Yeah, everything is got very damp here. It almost needs a Dremel to just go around and clean everything. So there's a dodgy looking track there. Can't see where that goes there because it disappears up inside. I wouldn't be surprised if that track there is broken. Yeah, this is going to take some restoring, this will. This will take some doing. Okay, I can't see any other issues with it, so let's try it again now that I've fixed that output transistor then. Yeah, that's not looking good there. So, well, how many screws you got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 screws. There's a dodgy looking track down here that I'm looking at. It's obviously had some corrosion gone up it. Doesn't look broken, but I can't see where it goes. I wonder if the schematic's got a print layout. Rob, none of your rubbish on here, please. Last warning. Last warning, Rob, and you're out of here. Don't need any personal quarrels in here. So cheers. Right, let me get back to the schematic then. Let's have a see if we've got any circuit layouts on here. I don't think we have got one, but I can't quite. So negative and positive. Off of this one. That's really crusty. Let me joist that. I can't quite see the print layout. It looks like it comes up here. Does it go to L23? Let me see. Where's our negative path? Because that is negative. Bear with me a minute, people. So there's one side of that capacitor there. L22. Okay, so I'm just looking at the schematic here, so you can join me. I'm just looking at the negative supply, which comes in through this on-off switching. It switches it through this capacitor here, which is the one that I've got my power supply connected across at the moment. So it looks like the negative comes up to R46, but connecting it between there should... Yeah, so I should be okay connecting across there. I just want to make sure that I was okay connecting across that one, really. C40. 1000 microfarad, assuming I'm across C40. Let's get to the board layout. So you just can't quite make out the traces. So this is the trace that's dodgy, this one here. You can see it goes up here. And it sort of disappears in this area somewhere. It might go up to the on-off switch. Could be that one. Afternoon, Keith, how are you? And Nick, been out visiting. Welcome back. Yeah, can't quite make out the tracks on this board layout. They are there, but I think you need the original to be able to see those. Lost in scanning or photocopying. Yeah, because this is the blue wire that I can see. So C40, I am on the right right one. The C40 is down in that corner. Okay, that's enough of that. Let's hook her back up again and see if there's any difference now I've sorted out that dry joint. So that's pouring his beer down his front. Oh, that's a nice look. That's a nice look. Okay, so yeah, that bypasses the on-off switch, connecting it across his capacitor, but that seems to do the trick. So let's try again. Make sure we're the right way round, white way round. So negative there, positive there. So we've got amplifier noise. If I touch that area, let's try the screwdriver trick on the wiper if I can find it. Where are we? It's going to be center there, so yeah, amplifier's working now. We just got nothing on the all I did was just touch the screwdriver against the wiper of the amplifier, and that will tell you whether the amp is working, but we've got no signal coming in still. So let me have a quick look back at the schematic. And we want our IF then, because it shares its IF with AM and FM. And I believe it said TR4 and TR5, didn't it? Was the let me just double check that. Yeah, TR4 and TR5 is the two IF transistors. I mean, we could be dead before that. It would mean there being two transistors stuff, really. So if we go to the screen, so TR4 is the one down the bottom, and we've got base on the left, emitter in the middle, and collector on the right. So we should have a small signal on the base and a bigger one on the collector. Then that's passed up to TR5. So again, we should have a smaller signal on the base, but we should have a good signal on the collector, assuming that's the way that the circuit goes. Let me just double check. TR3, yeah, here we are, TR4, TR5. So yeah, the signal is coming off of the collectors into the IF transformers. So we should see a decent signal on there, on the collectors of both of those. Okay, right, let's get back down to the board layout. I'm just going to make a note of which one's which. Actually, I don't need to make a note, do I? I can just leave that up on screen for myself. So we're going to check TR4 first, see if we've got any signal on the base. If we haven't, then we're not going to have nothing on TR5, are we, really? But let's check TR4. So it's the two outer. I'm pretty sure we haven't, because we didn't have just now, but, you know, I have messed with it. So just make sure you're on the right bit. So this little monkey in here, get the light on it, that's TR. Oh, amplifier's definitely working well. So we're on FM. Let's stick the aerial up, give it half a chance. And we're going to tune to 100, which is classic FM, which is really strong around here. I'm going to get the signal tracer and we're going to see if we can hear anything on this one. It's a bit grubby, isn't it? But I don't know what I've done with my paintbrush now. Don't know what I've done with my basil. So when we have got a capacitor there, if that one's knackered, that could drag the signal to ground if it's open. So what have I done with my signal tracer? I've chucked it up there out of the way. So I'm going to pick up ground up, so I'm just going to use the can of that. He says I'm going to have to lean it back a little bit so I can get on and if it's going to connect to it. Come on, grab onto a can. You don't want to. You don't want to. Right, so let me just get my diagram back up and see which is which. So if this is working, we should have a signal on the base, which is that leg there. Nothing. Just check the collector just in case it's very low level signal. No, nothing. So there's no point in checking TR5 because that's next up the line. So it could be we've got a problem prior to that. Well, we have got a problem prior to that. Prior. So is it going to be the same on... that's the point. Let's just try it on AM as well. So let's go for medium wave. Hang on. Medium wave is back. That might have been the switch cleaner that's brought that back. It does take a while to work sometimes. It's not very strong, but it is there. Where's the ferrite? Ferrite's going to be hiding in the back of here somewhere, isn't it? So medium wave is, let's just prop that over there. Let's just connect up an external aerial, give it half a chance of working. Let's try not to chuck everything on the floor. Apologies, I'm in a bit tight, aren't I? So we have got RF noise by the sounds of it on medium wave. So I'm just going to connect up my external aerial. So let's find a ground. Any ground will do. The ground is the yellow, so let's go there. And let's well, it says.
First win of the season, their first goal of the season as well. They got into 6th out of the relegation zone as a result. That they're on the bottom of the table this morning. Reactions coming next. 03717 333344 on the Sunday session on TalkSport with Now Sports. And don't forget that with a Now Sports subscription, you can stream all the Sky Sports action like Nottingham Forest versus Spurs live today for £11.99, no contract. Search Now Sports.
The Sunday session on TalkSport with Now Sports. Stream the new football season live for just £25 a month for 12 months without a contract. Offer ends 28th of August. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, stream via
Radio. Where real music matters.
Our trade-in price won't be beaten by any of the networks.
They didn't look like scoring. There just doesn't seem to be a fluency.
It's sounding good.
Struggled throughout. And West Ham United, to their credit, once they changed from a three-man defence at the back to the back four, got rid of the wing-backs, they looked the better side. They probably should have scored earlier if Bowen would have spared the Rama. And then you had the Fornells shot.
How you doing, Mike? Thank you, Rob.
That looked over Martinez, but it was a deserved
Gavin,
goal
hello,
for
mate.
West Ham
Danish
United,
as well.
Who warranted the 3 points.
No, this is
From
silicone.
a West Ham perspective, then, it was all about the result today. However, they got it. They're off and running in the Premier League, and they'll feel much better about themselves now.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be doing anything, that.
The perfect away
But thanks, Art, for that.
Straight to start with, and then get unleashed and take the handbrake off and be allowed to go and attack Aston Villa, and they did that extremely well. I think perhaps we don't know about Emerson, whether it was a force.
The wiper of the volume pot, Simon.
Tactics from David Moyes, but they certainly look more comfortable in the four at the back, and then the players up front obviously get more freedom, the ability to play.
Thank you, fellas. Dennis and Stephen Warnock, who brought you
Okay, so we've got some medium wave is definitely working. Let's try another one. Long wave. So we need to be connected up to the other aerial for long wave.
Migrants who crossed the English Channel in small boats so far this year has now passed 25,000. That's 3,500 fewer than the total number for the whole of last year. BBC News. Now, you know it's Radio 4 when I tell you that in half an hour we're looking at the work of Lucretius, and in particular his six-book poem on Epicurean philosophy.
From 13 onwards in the end, with a couple of cars not taking the start on the grid. And Jack Nicholls, he called the race.
That's RTE, very scratchy though. Oh, no, that's France.
And had the opportunity to win and have thrown it away. There's
I
nothing
think
for
that
us.
might be RTE.
So whether you've been luxuriating in the sunshine or eagerly awaiting the first nip in the air, please join us.
Shortwave. I think we've got a problem with the oscillator transistor on FM, but we'll go for it all. So shortwave, where are we? So we're 1 point, that's marine band. 6 megs to 15, so we should be able to get something on shortwave. We need to tune this up a bit. Let's have a tune around. Hang on, I need to be connected to probably this area, don't I? Yeah, that will help. Megs. Nothing on shortwave. What are we on there? About 7 megs, so it should be there. Yeah, nothing on there. Yeah, we've got some computer noise there. There's something there. Okay. Well, it is working on shortwave, but it's very weak, so it could well be that we've got one of the transistors not very well in the IF stage there, because it should be a bit stronger than that, really. Doug, how you doing, mate? Peter, how are you, mate? It is working on shortwave, but it's not very sensitive. With the external antenna, I can normally pick shortwave up very well, but not on this one. So I think we have got an issue maybe with one of the IF cans. So let's sort out what's going on with FM. Let's just hook a couple leads on for a minute. Save me putting the aerial up. So let's just have a little listen, see if we've got anything at all on FM. FM is absolutely silent. And if I change to medium wave, FM absolutely dead. So I think we've got a problem with the oscillator transistor on FM, because we know the IF strip's working, although it could be that it's not working very well at a higher frequency. You know, it's passing the 470 but not the 10.7. That could be the problem, but I reckon it's going to be the oscillator transistor for FM, which is possibly that one. So we know those two are passing it. Time to okay, catch you soon, Don. Thanks for joining us, mate. We haven't got FM working yet, but we're nearly there. SIGGEN time. Right, let me just find the schematic again then. I'm just going to have a look back through, see what it says about FM. So signals are transferred to the RF amplifier TR1 via telescopic aerial and the transformer T1 with overload protection by D1. So TR1, T1 and D1 are where it all starts, straight off the aerial. D2 is the AFC diode. 10.7 megs is coupled via the bandpass transformers IFT1 and 2 to the base of TR3, which operates as the first IF amplifier in FM mode and as a mixer oscillator when switched to AM mode. So I don't think TR3 is going to be an issue. I think we've got a problem with TR1 or TR2. Which is a BF194 and a BF195. So if I go to the to my screen again, so this is where it's sort of explaining how the radio works. So this part here. So FM signals transferred to the amplifier TR1 via the aerial. An input transformer T1 with overload protection by D1. TR2 functions as a mixer oscillator with D2 operating as the AFC diode. So 10.7 IF is then coupled via the bandpass transformers, which are coils IFT, well, transformer IFT1 and IFT2 to the base of TR3. So TR3 also operates as a mixer oscillator in AM, so it's unlikely that TR3 is gone, but sometimes you can find that these transistors will let they'll let the lower frequencies through, but they won't let the higher frequencies. Strange how it works sometimes, but I think we've got to be looking at TR2, which is the mixer oscillator, and TR1. So I mean, I could stick the scope on TR2 and see if we've got any signals there. So TR1 is a BF194 and TR2 is a BF195. They're both lock-fit transistors. And where are we? So we want TR1 and TR2 really. got to be coming off of here and switch through FM. Where's our transistors? Am I looking straight at them? Oh, here we are. So we've got a diode there. If that one was dodgy, that would pull any signal directly to ground if it was shorted. But that's an overload diode, I believe, isn't it? So if it overloads, it'll dump it to ground. So this is basically our FM front end here, TR1, TR2. So at R8 we should get a signal going into IFT1. And then, as I say, it's jumping up and sticking it onto TR3 here. In a roundabout way, it's coming up through here and back down through here. So I reckon our problem is one of these two transistors, but I was hoping to see some voltages there that I could test, but there isn't. Oh yes there is, here we go. They looked after us. So TR1 and TR2, oh there's only half, okay, so that's because it's on the next sheet, isn't it? So let's check those voltages. That might tell us what the issue is, or where the issue is. So TR1, TR2, collector. It's going to be base and emitter, I suspect, is it? Let's just do it the same. Ah, there we go. That's better. Collector, base and emitter. So TR1, 11.9 volts, base 8.2, and emitter 9.2. So 11.5, 7.2 and 6.7, TR1, TR2. So let me just get my bearings, make sure I'm in the right area. Gotta be over here. TR4, TR3. So TR2 is that one over there. So that's facing it that way. And let's have a look at which way around that is. So it's emitter in the middle. Collector at the top, base at the bottom. And where's TR1 then? That must be down here. So TR1 is down the bottom there. Something's making a weird noise here with my fan's hitting it. So let's have a look. That is collector, emitter, and base. Right. Let's get on the radio then. The fan's interfering with it. I wonder what the popping noise was. Right. Multimeter. You've been on it again, Mike. You are the one. You are the man for the racing. Big money. Right, let's find a half decent ground to connect onto. So if we connect onto the negative of that transistor, we should be able to, not capacitor even. So we've got us a decent ground. So let's have a look at TR1 first, which is this bottom one. Strange, isn't it? It comes in here and then moves over to there. No, it's this one here, sorry. So base, 8.3 volts on the base. You can't see that, can you? See if I can get this in the shot for you. So I believe that top, no, the bottom one is base. Okay, so the base is, I can't get my hand in there now. I can't get my hand in there now. Let me just make a bit of room here. So I can actually work on the radio as well as showing you. So the base is that bottom one according to the layout. So 8.3 volts on the base of TR1. It says 8.2 there, so that's fine. Collector should be 11.9. 11.9 bang on. The base should be 8.2 if I can get in there. Oh, hang on, I'm the wrong way round. That's the emitter, so the base is the bottom one. Base should be 8.2, which we've got. I believe. Yeah, so we've got our, well, 8.3. We've got our 11. If I can get in there. 11.9. But the emitter, have we got 9.2 on the emitter? I can't really get at that. I can if I go this way round. So I believe that's the emitter there. 7.7. So it's down on the emitter. Should be 9.2 according to that. So emitter is 7.8. So that could be an issue. Or it could be a problem with a capacitor preceding that, couldn't it? Just double check that a minute. Yeah, I'm definitely in the right place. So the only issue we've got there is the emitter's got 7.7 on it. I've written this down, so let's try, so that's suspect already. So let's try TR2 then, which is this one up here. So that one, if we do the base first, the base should have 7.2 volts on it. Let's just bend him so I can get in there. Bang on, 7.2. Collector should have 11.5. Hello. 11.9. And the emitter should have 7.2 on it. So let's see if I can get in on the emitter. Ah, we've only got 3.8 on the emitter. Okay. So that ain't working, is it? So let me just recollect that. So both of those, the emitters are down. What did I say that was? 3.8? Yeah, 3.8. So the base and the collector voltages are fine, but the emitter, it's wrong on both of them. So we're not quite so bad here. But it could be that this one is pulling the voltage down. I don't know. So that's TR2 is a problem. Andy Beck, how you doing, mate? So, no discriminator noise out of the FM detector. There is if I touch it, Les. If I touch the discriminator diodes, there is noise coming out of there. So I reckon our problem is that one. So if I touch the back of that, I can get some RF noise there. I reckon it was that one. BF194. The voltages are just way out. Let's have a quick look at the schematic, just see if there could be something else causing that voltage to be out. Is there a capacitor that's dodgy on the end of that? So that's TR2. Okay. So here's our TR2, and we've got the wrong voltage on the emitter. No electrolytics. There is this diode here, so we probably need to just test the diode. No, there's no electrolytics back here. This is all these are all in the picofarads. These are all in the RF stage. I mean, we could have a problem, I suppose, with D1 because we have got a slightly low voltage coming out of the emitter here. Oh, sorry, on the emitter here. That could be down to this resistor here going a bit high, though, maybe. So yeah, we could have a problem here. We've got an FM input transformer as well, T1. So that feeds the signals from the aerial. So the aerial must be up here somewhere. Yeah, okay. Aerial's up there, comes in via the transformer. Could have an open circuit transformer. It is possible. But our supply probably comes in on the top here. It's feeding in there. Feeding through that coil. Could be an open coil, I suppose. But the only thing really that's potentially suspect is maybe this diode here. But I think if that checks out as a varactor as well, isn't it? If that checks out okay, then I reckon TR2 BF194 is the boy. Have I got a BF194 equivalent? Anybody got an equivalent for BF194 for top of the rad? It's varicap, yeah. So I don't know if my, let's just pop the power off. I don't know if my component tester will test a varactor. Where is he? It's that one there, isn't it, I suspect. There's a little diode just in there, just there. I think it's that one. Let's just have a quick look at the, just getting another beer underway. It's a 3 beer stream so far. How are we doing for time? 4:30. Yeah, I reckon we might get time to just get this one working. Okay, maybe over this side. D2. Is it D2 we were looking for? I think it was, wasn't it? D1 was the overload. So D1 is this one, and D2 is this one. So we'll check both of those. We'll check them both on the component tester. You could check them with just a multimeter on diode mode, but this is better, really. I don't know whether it'll detect this as a varactor or not, but we'll see. It might do, you never know. Okay, so it's showing it's a diode. Forward voltage of a 0.7. I'm happy with that, that's working. Let's just check that other diode down the bottom there. And that's a diode as well. So yeah, I would say that they're okay. I think our problem is with this one here. This little nasty locky fitty type thing. So we need to find an equivalent for a BF194. There's a BF194, wasn't it? Yeah, BF194. Now let me have a quick look. A BF195 will work. BF194. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Right, see what Mr. Hennessy says. I think these are RF ones, aren't they? They're a bit of a pain in the neck to replace these. Like BF194, 494, 394. Isn't the 195 I don't think I've got any of these. 394. BF194. Let's take it out first and see what it's doing, shall we? See what's going on with it. Where is he? He is just in there, right by the dial cord. That's nice, isn't it? Right by the dial cord. Just in there. Just there. I have to be careful with this one. Otherwise we could be in all sorts of pain. Yeah, that's going to be difficult to get out without melting that dial cord, I can tell you. Let's push that area out of the way. I can get it a bit better then. Apologies, I've got it out of shot at the moment, but I'm just going to... so I'm right at the top here now. Just going to try and heat it up and wiggle it free. Wiggle, wiggle. I want to keep away from that dial cord as much as I can. That one's free. Not too much solder on that one. That one's free, so I can just heat that and he should pull out. Got you, little monkey. Right. Let's have a look. Is it that one? Is it or isn't it? Stay. It's a diode. It's a poorly one. Okay, BF194. What can I pull one of those out of? Have I got one on a board over here anywhere? BC, no, BC. No. Right, let me see if I've got any of these alternative ones a minute. So I need to get into my Google Drive and open up my spares list. See if I've got one of these. I'm sure we've changed one of these before and I had to scavenge around for one and pull it out of someone else. It could be that that TR1's bad as well. You know, there's no guarantees here. What's going on here then? I hope I haven't lost all of my inventory of parts. I'll be pretty gutted if it's done something silly. Ah, here we go, description. I've got it set to LEDs. You can't see what I'm up to here, so don't worry about that. Don't worry. Just clear them. Select all, okay. So let's see if we've got a BF194. BC. BF. Oh, apparently I've got 3 in box 3. Apparently I've got 3 in box 3. Let's find box 3 next then. I've got 3 in box 3. 3 in box 3. Yeah, we don't want to be robbing. We don't want to rob. I've got 3 in box 3 apparently. Unlikely, but it says I have. Where's box 3? That's box 3. Ooh. BF194. I have. The F194. Ah. Wonders never cease. Let's see what that one does. Let's connect that up. Here goes. That's a transistor. Yes, we're in. We're in. Cool. I need to change that to 2 now, though, don't I? Because I've just used 1. Let me just change that to 2 on my little stock listy thingy then. Wayne's in. How you doing, mate? Right, so I'm going to get this little monkey in now. I've just got to change my inventory to say I've pinched one. So I've only now got 2 left. Excellent. But this one does work. So will this restore FM though? This is the question. Let's have some votes. Will it or won't it? Are we getting FM back in the house? Can't see what I'm doing again now, can you? Ha. I got the board up the top here, look. I'm doing a bit of vertical soldering. Stick a little bit of flux on it. Yeah, I've done that too, I think. Again, my voice seems to be going again. Again, I'm right by the dial cord, so I need to be very careful. We do not want to be touching that dial cord with the soldering on, I can tell you. Right, let's get the eyes on. Eyes on, eyes down looking. Solder the little monkey in. He's in. Right. Now, the moment of truth. This is it. This is it. Will he or won't he work now? Place your bets, everybody. Now my mouse isn't working for some reason. Yes, but it won't work great, Nick's saying. Yeah, I think everybody's confident here. Everybody's confident that it's going to work. Right, let's hook her up again. We're on FM. We can stick the aerial up a little bit because we've got room now because I'm in the right way round. So I'm just hooking back up to this capacitor for now because I don't trust any of the traces. Here it goes then. Oh yes! Oh! Bass. Oh, I bet that. The green sleeves?
This is Classic FM.
Right, sorted.
Do you believe in ghosts? It's shocking, isn't it? You read it now?
It is. It's shocking even now because many of us do still fear death in spite of...
Can't hang about on that for too long. She's a worker. How about that then, eh? Actual bit of fault finding that worked for a change. Actual bit of fault finding that worked for a change. Green sleeves. You can't beat a bit of green sleeves, can you? I dread to think James May playing green sleeves on a recorder. Martine, how you doing, mate? Just in time, yes, you have. So, I'm really pleased with that. It needs a lot of work, that radio, but I don't think it's going to take too much to get it back looking a bit healthier. I've got to work out how to do these side pieces, but yeah, we've got to sort the battery terminals out and all the other stuff that's rusted. So this radio probably hasn't worked on FM for a long, long time, and someone's just thought, sod it, we'll just chuck it in the shed and forget about it. And then they've decided to have a clear out, chuck it all down the auctions, and I've ended up with it. So let's hope that all the others aren't rusty like this anyway. Thanks, Peter. Yeah, cheers, Simon. It is one of those things, and very often I just skip through stuff and I'll just change what I think, and 9 times out of 10 I'm probably right, but it does help if you've got the voltages for those transistors, because you can see that something is up there somewhere. Now, if you had an electrolytic near it somewhere, then it could be that that's the problem. And it's still not very sensitive, this, so it's going to need the capacitors doing, and that'll bring the IF up, I think. I don't think there's a problem with the IF transistors. I think it's just going to be capacitors leaky that are just pulling the signal down to ground. I mean, there's not a lot of electrolytics in that stage. There's only a couple I can see there. One down the bottom here, and then there's one, where did I see it? It's that one there. There's another grey one in here somewhere. We've got this one, little one here, but that's in the output stage. Well, beginning of the output stage. So yeah, probably got 3 capacitors to do on the RF stage, or IF stage, and then the rest of them are on the amplifier. There's not a lot of capacitors in this. It uses a lot of ceramics, this radio. But yeah, really enjoyed getting that one back together. Rob, how you doing, Bond? Danish. Thank you very much, Paul. A lot of gunk on the circuit board. It's just dust, it is. I don't know what I've done with my brush now. I did have my brush here just now, didn't I? But probably chucked it on the floor somewhere. But the IF is definitely down. It does need a bit more work. Yeah, I don't know what I've done with my paintbrush. Oh well. Change the grey caps. Yeah, that is the ones. Are they Delcon or something like that? I can't remember what they are now. Track-on maybe. But yeah, I did see 2 just now, but I'm down to 1 again now. There might be something lurking up underneath this panel here, but What's that, Nick? You recently got an RT22 and on AM it has a noticeable static in the background. Do you think it's a bad transistor or just how they are? What I would do with that one, Nick, is stick some batteries in it and take it away from any electrical noise. You need to get out. Get out in the middle of nowhere with it and see if you still got it. If you have, it could be a noisy transistor. Because I think they use the lock fits as well. And these little lock fits, by lock fits we mean these like ones with the chamfered off edges. I don't know how easy it was to see the other. Let's stick the overhead camera on. So this is the lock fit that I changed. Look, can you see it's a silicon transistor, it's not germanium, and it's got like a flat face on it and chamfered off corners. But these are fairly notorious for either failing or going noisy, so you could find that it's a noisy transistor. But it's unlikely to be capacitors. Oh, you had it on a beach. Right, okay. But bear in mind, if you've got a phone in your pocket, Nick, which most people have these days, if you've got a phone in your pocket, that's going to give you problems. So, and of course, the other issue is dirty switches, because people don't tend to use medium wave and long wave over here. They just leave it set on FM all the time. So you need to squirt the FM switch, because that's what switches it between FM and AM, and the other switches as well. Give that man a beer. Thank you, Rob. Well, I've got a finger going in me, so I'm on the way. I'm on the way. Yeah, always pleased, isn't it, when you can actually find a fault. I did think it would be that. Yeah, so yeah, I hope you've enjoyed that. It could be a transistor, Nick. It could be. I mean, if it's weak, I mean, when the signals come through, are they really strong or is it quite weak? Because if it's quite weak, it's going to be one of the IF transistors. But I think the RT22, I don't know if that uses lock fits. I think that's the more recent ones. I have got an RT22 here somewhere. But say, medium wave and long wave here are like really difficult unless I've got the external aerial. Bit deaf. Yeah, it's probably a noisy IF transistor then. One thing, Nick, if you turn the volume down to minimum, is it still noisy or does it disappear? If it's still noisy, then it's a problem in the amplifier stage, but if it disappears, then it's probably in the IF stage. So yeah, turn the volume down to minimum. If it's really noisy still, then it's an amplifier transistor, but I suspect it's going to be an IF transistor. It could be IF adjustment. It could need an alignment. Someone might have been in there twiddling it. That's the other thing. Cheers, Derek. You could use some finger over there, Danish, could you? Yeah, you know, you can't beat a bit of finger. And as I say, Simon's very kindly hooked me up, and I've got a big thank you to Michael as well, whose Marine Herald I've been fixing. He very kindly sent me a bottle of whiskey. Absolutely brilliant. Thank you very much, Mike. So that's his bill reduced straight away. Reduction straight away. Can't beat. Oh, there he is. Speak of the devil, look, there he is. Thank you very much, Michael, for sending that whiskey over, mate. So I thank you publicly. Much appreciated. Cheers, Daniel. Lock fits are nasty, yeah. No hiss at minimum volume. So yeah, it probably is in the IF stage, and Nick. You could find that one of those little grey ones in that one as well. I think they can be a bit of a problem. So yeah, Michael, this is a Fidelity RAD. I nearly said 18 there, but RAD 21. The bass though is hellish over the top, isn't it? They've gone mental with the bass on this thing. You turn the bass up and it just distorts to hell. I mean, it could be a bit of an issue with the capacitors, but don't think these black ones are too much of a problem. I mean, that's Nippon Chemicon. They're normally pretty good. These little grey ones though, that one might be a problem, and the smaller values. That's an ITT, so that's probably not a problem. It looks like this one up here has been changed because it's a purpley colour, a doublier, I think. It might be factory, I don't know. They've used certainly used lots of different transistors in this thing. Transistors? Where's the goat gone? We've got a poorly goat and we've got a good goat. Is that the poorly goat or is that the good goat? That's the poorly goat that needs new batteries. And that's the goat that swallowed the capacitor legs. Let's try it. Yeah, so I should think so. You're lucky then, Nick. I don't have a clean house here. Well, I did have until I put all this computer equipment and video equipment and all the rest of it in here. And now I haven't. So how are we doing? Yeah, we're getting near the witching hour. Let's quickly show you what I did to the I videoed it there. I don't think I'm going to be able to play video unless I load it into see, that should save. Okay, Google Drive, no. I don't know when my Google images have disappeared to they were here just now because we were looking at them, weren't we? So let's have a quick look at the. I don't think I can show you that. I've done another one of those. What do we call it? Air 7 for a customer in the week. That was a bit. That had been very, very got at. I was amazed that I got it working actually. Excuse me. So this is the amplifier now in the in the Marine Herald, and as you can see, it's had pretty much every component changed. So all of the transistors I've replaced, all of these, they've all been replaced, including the outputs. There's a brand new output pair in there. The only thing that's remaining is the RV4, which is this wire wound thing, horrible thing, and the thermistor is remaining. All the rest of it is brand new, pretty much. Well, apart from these three caps here, which turn out fine. So what I did in the end is, I think that's a 22K there. I've swapped that out for a 30, and lo and behold, I can now get the correct adjustment on it. The other thing I've done is I've swapped this horrible skeleton pot out for a multi-turn pot, which allows me to set it much more accurately. So we're good. So the only thing I can think it could be, and Les said this as well, Les mentioned this the other day, is if we've got a mismatch on the output transistors, then the midpoint voltage might be difficult to set, Because if you can remember, it's right on the limit of the pot, and it wasn't far off. It was usable as it was, but I wasn't happy with it. So I've actually changed everything on there. You can see I've even got these are high spec. I think it's 1.8 ohm resistors. The diode I changed out for another one. That didn't make any difference. So yeah, all the resistors have been changed. Look, it's got brand new resistors throughout. So I've put a hell of a lot of work into that. A crazy amount of work, really. That took me best part of a day to do that. Swapping stuff in and out, experimenting with things. Took an absolute age. But it's done. It's usable. You know, the only other thing I could perhaps try would be to excuse me, would be to try and match the output pair, but we're too far down the line for that now. We're too far down the line. Thanks, Rich. Rich A. It's a very busy workshop, Les. I got loads of stuff on the go. It's not actually bad to work on, Danish. You're dead right. Your water heater is noisy, so are solar panels during the day. Yeah, it's a shame. I mean, I know one of the radio amateurs here had a massive problem with his solar panels, the inverter causing all sorts of problems. But he did get them to change the inverter, I think, for another one, and it did cure the problem. So it could be you just got a cheap inverter in there, Nick, and if you get a decent one that's better RF, what do you call it, RF suppressed, then you might find it's sorted. Your missus wants a picky of the chickens. Okay, her wish is my command, Simap. We've only got 4 left now, sadly, because we lost one recently to a fox, and another one just decided to keel over one day. They do for some reason. Chickens just keel over. They get egg bound as well. Did I put these? Okay, here we go. Just for you, Simap, here's some pictures of some of the chickens. Now, some of these are long gone, unfortunately. Sad, because we do love our chickens. So this is when we first got them. So we've got Thelma and Louise. Now I'm not sure which one is which on this picture, because these are, you can see these are pullets at this stage. I think that might be the purple haze that we had, that sadly she passed away very quickly. No, that might be Dixie. That could be Dixie Chick there, and again, she's the one that passed away recently. No, that's the purple haze. That's not Dixie. That's the purple haze. I can't remember what we called her now. I can't remember what we called her, but this one we've still got. These little brown ones, they go on forever. They're great little chickens. If anybody wants any advice on buying a chicken, buy these brown ones. That sometimes they call them ginger rangers, I think, or brown layers. They're basically a generic hybrid chicken that lays loads of eggs. They're very robust and they're friendly. So this one here, this little monster, we've still got her. Snowy, we've called her, because it looks like she got snow on her. And she will not let anybody near her. She's a nightmare, she is. She is an absolute nightmare. So you can see the other brown one in the background. Yeah, it's a shame that we lost her, but I don't know what happened. She just like keeled over one day and that was it. There's Snowy again. Oh, this was Baby Belle. Unfortunately, Baby Bell had a bit of an issue, and she had a prolapse. And we didn't catch it quick enough, and unfortunately, we got her to the vets, and the vet said she ain't going to make it, and sadly she didn't. Look at these two, look. It's a shame she passed away. I really don't know why. But we've still got this one. I think that's Louise. The lighter one is Thelma. This one here, oh, this is Rusty. I used to love Rusty. She's a funny old bird. She broke her toe the first week we had her. I stitched up her toe. I glued back together with a couple lollipop sticks to try and fix it, but it was never right. It was never right after that. But poor old Rusty, she passed away, unfortunately. That's Bella. We've no longer got Bella. She just died of old age. She was quite an old one. Now, I think this is Hyacinth. Now, Hyacinth is the only one that we've got left from our original chickens from about 5 years ago. So for some reason, she has really, she's really lasted well. I don't know why. And I think that's one of them's, I think that's Bella there. Yeah, that's Bella, the big old girl, but she's sadly gone now. You can see the one. So we've literally got 4 left now. We've got the two brown ones, we got Snowy, and we got Hyacinth. You can just see her back end there, I believe. So we do need to get some more before the winter. This one was Lacey, I believe, because we had Cagney and Lacey. This one was Lacey. Cagney is gone. She was an obnoxious thing, she was. She was really obnoxious. She was real grumpy chicken, but there you go. So there you go, sign up for your good lady. That's a bit of a chicken run through. How bad was the rest of the resistors? The resistors have gone mentally high, Anthony. They were really, really bad. I mean, I've had bad resistors in them before, but they're sort of hit and miss, you know. Some are like not far off, but they've all gone really, really high, really bad. Derek, does anyone know where to get a ferrite core for the second IF on your RP30? It's cracked. Have you tried desoldering the can, Derek, and unscrewing it from the bottom? Because sometimes you can just turn them around and they're fine. And you'll be able to use the core from an RP18 as well as the RP30. Thanks, Nick. Theo, in at last. Right on the back end. No, we didn't eat them, Danish. So you had the company install a filter on the inverter and it didn't do a thing. Believe me, you've been trying to persuade the parents to change the inverter. Yeah, I think it is, it's going to be the inverter, definitely. A rooster's going to be too noisy. Although we're in a rural location, we are very close to other houses here, Robert, and a rooster would definitely upset the neighbours. Yeah, no worries, Danish. Like Snowy. Snowy's a lovely looking chicken. I mean, she's even nicer now, but because now they're fully grown. That was when they were babies. Yeah, if you desolder the can, Derek, unscrew it from underneath and then just swap it over, you'll find that you'll get your adjustment on it. If you're really stuck, I'll see if I can find you one. Cheers, Danish. Yeah, cheers, mate. Thanks for dropping in anyway. Always good to see you. So pretty much that's it. You've seen the rest of the radios. I'll quickly run through them again just to show you what else is there pending. I'll show you what else is pending, and you can choose what one we're going to look at next week. I've got to do the recovering of Michael's Herald this week coming. Okay, so let's stick this on full screen. By screen cap and cube, you should be there. So this is future videos. So we've got the Hitachi. Again, this does work. It's nothing fancy. It does sound lovely though. It's got this 3D bass super woofer. So it's got 4 speakers in the front of the thing. Look, and there's a little button up on the top there that switches this like 3D system on and off. And it's got a graphic equalizer. It's only a 3-button graphic, but it doesn't have metal tape or chrome dioxide or Dolby on it, but it does sound great. So we could have a look at that one. Super Sovereign. These are cracking radios. I could sell these for you know, as soon as I get them, you know, they pretty much go out the door because they are cracking sounding radios. You can see it's got 2 shortwave bands on it. Interstation muting, which is quite nice, and you've got a band spread button for shortwave. So you basically tune it with this, and the band spread is like a fine tune. This isn't the one with the little antenna tune on it, the MB version. This is one of the earlier ones, but these do sound great, and they look impressive as well. They do look impressive. So I'm looking forward to getting to grips with that. Again, I've not looked at it at all. I've left it for the live streams. RAD 21, that's the one that we've been working on today. Got it going. One dodgy transistor later, and away she goes. This one's a little bit lacking. If anybody does know of a handle for one of these, you know, I can rob one off another radio, but it won't be blue. I think these had the metal handle with the blue plastic insert in the middle, or blue plastic cover in the middle. The Regen radio. Again, I'm not really going to be able to do that unless I can get some info. I'm going to do a bit of reading up and a bit of research on this, because I would like to try and power this up and get it working. It'd be brilliant, wouldn't it? So that's the one that we looked at first today. So if you want to wind back earlier, you'll see that. Of course, we've got the Hacker Mayflower. Now, I've been after one of these for ages. It's in pretty... I don't know, someone's obviously got at it. They've worn through the, you can't really see it on this picture, but they've worn through the veneer on the top and coloured it in, and it looks like they've done the same here. They've used like a dark stain to colour in where they've broken through. So maybe I need to use some white spirit or something to try and get this dark stuff off, and then I've got some pens, some like coloured wood stain pens to try and colour it back in. I'll fill these holes, and it's a very matte finish at the moment, this one. It really is matte. It's almost like they've sanded it back with very fine grit sandpaper and just left it. It's either that or they put a matte varnish on it, one of the two, I'm not sure. Bush VTR 103. The FM version was FMN, long and medium. But it's the FM version, so it goes from 88 to 100 on FM. Been after one of these for a while. You'll all know that the one I bought from eBay got damaged. Seller was a bit of an ass, to be honest, and we sort of fell out. He didn't like it because I left him negative feedback, but end of the day, you know, negative feedback is there to warn other buyers that your seller might be a bit dodgy. So there you are. He wasn't really dodgy, he was just very obnoxious. 2 Hacker Rangers, both very restorable. So looking forward to getting to grips with those. They just need a bit of TLC, really. They just need cleaning up and all this vinyl sticking back down. Not bad little sets, then. So the tale of these two. This one, as I say, featured in Techmoan's video recently. If you follow Techmoan, which I'm sure you nearly all do, I love Techmoan's videos. He's so professional the way he does it all, and he's even has a go at fault finding as well, which I love that. But this works. I've put a new belt in it, and it does work. But I've got a bump in the pinch roller, and it makes the sound warbly. So I need to. I've got 2 choices. I can either buy a pair of pinch rollers, but there's a guy in, is it Slovakia? A guy called Mikhom on eBay, Mikhom. He does a lot of stuff for Walkmans, and I've messaged him, and he's got a couple rollers for these, but it's going to cost about £20 for 2 little tiny rubber rollers. So my idea is to try and turn them inside out, because obviously someone's left it in the play mode, and it's got a nice big line up it where it's been in contact with the capstan. So apart from that, it is working, and it's got a radio as well on it that works. There's no Dolby on it, but it does do metal tape, which is good. This one beside it, this Iowa, doesn't work at all. Nothing. No power, nothing at all. So that's going to be interesting to have a look at. But yeah, I really don't know what's wrong with that. It's in pretty good condition, almost mint condition, but it's just not working. And that was the whole lot, as you see it. So there you are. So if you want to leave a comment in today's video once it's uploaded, so just leave me a comment, see which ones we're going to look at next week. I think if it's, I'm going to do a bit of research on the Regen, so don't vote for that one for now. And the double cassette deck, there's nothing needs doing to that apart from a cleanup, so don't worry about those two. But these other ones, they're all ripe for restoration, I think. So let's have a look at one of these next week. So leave it in the comments, and I'll see what I can do. Just me messing about with different photo angles now. Look, that Bush VTR 103 does look really nice. So there we are. Thanks, Rob. Let me just catch up with a chat. And catch up with a chat, and then we're going to call it a day. Thanks, Derek. Thanks, Aston. RAD 21, Aston. So 21 on 18. 21. You'd love a super sovereign just beyond you financially. Do higher purchase, Daniel. Higher purchase, mate. No worries, Simon. Thank you very much. No, I didn't, Rob. No Red Herald knobs. You've got to finish your VTR 103 and get it out of the door. It's nearly there. Those two look interesting. I've never had a VTR 103, Anthony, to be honest. I did buy one in, as I said, from eBay, but it all went horribly wrong and it got sent back. So, mini disc. I've got lots of mini disc stuff here, Peter, but not in that stuff. I bought myself a mini disc, one of the last mini discs recently, actually. It's up here. I've got quite a few mini discs. I picked this one up, and this is one of the later ones with the high MD, and picked it up as a spares or repairs for a very reasonable price. And lo and behold, the battery was absolutely torched. It was inside this battery compartment was a complete and utter mess. You can see I've cleaned it all up now, but it's still got a bit of green on that side. But that's a lovely player, and it's one of the later ones that uses the 1 GB mini discs. But as I say, it doesn't use those funny batteries. It doesn't use a rechargeable battery, so it's actually gonna be quite a long-lived one. That. And I bought myself a couple used 1 GB mini disc to try. But as I say, it's one of those things I've got to do. I've got to do very soon a video on cassettes. I promised another YouTuber I would do a video on a cassette haul I've got. Techmoan has recently done a very similar video. He hit me to the post, really, but I've got a bulk eraser here, a massive, great industrial thing that's, it sounds like a tank running. You push these tapes across to erase them. It'll erase everything. It erased me memory, I think it would. It's that powerful. Cheers, Nick. Walkman, yeah, I've got plenty of Walkmans here. Do the dead one first. Oh, the dead Walkman, Theo. Yeah, it might be interesting. Roxham, how are you, mate? Oh, it's David, M7BON. How are you, mate? I am getting there, David. I'm still not 100%, to be honest. I'm probably about 70% at the moment. If I had to give myself a score out of 100, I'd be 70. Thanks, Daniel. Super Sovereign, yeah. It's going to be an interesting one. Mayflower. Is it Techmoan? Techmoan, Paddy. Cheers, Les. Next year, Daniel. No worries. Thanks, Anthony. I've actually, well, I was going to do a video. I was going to do a video because I bought a non-working mini disc hi-fi deck to go with my hi-fi downstairs, and the problem was it wasn't ejecting the disc. So basically, it came with a disc stuck in it. It's just about. I thought, well, I was going to do a video on it, but I thought, nah, sod it, I'll just do it. So I've done it. And it's working. It's great. Lovely player. I've just got to build some leads now to put it all back together. But, I've got to build some phono leads. I do like mini discs. I say the 1 GB ones are lossless, though. I think the problem with the earlier mini discs, well, the original mini discs, is that they were compressed, so you did lose a little bit if you were like really listening, and it's something you listen to with headphones, so you can notice a little bit of loss from the original if you compared it to a CD and then a mini disc. You could notice a little bit, but the later ones have got PCM, which is pretty much lossless. So yeah, Laserdisc, yeah, Techmonas. So there you are, people. That's it today. thank you very much. Thank you for the tips on PayPal. Thank you very much for that. And for the super chats, much appreciated. And I will catch you next week. And if you're on Patreon, I'll catch you before. So consider joining Patreon. I would appreciate it. And you'll get updates in the week then as to what's going on. I've got to get Michael's radio recovered this week, so that'll be on Patreon, but I'll show it to you on the live stream next Sunday, hopefully. So that's what we'll say. That's all, folks. Catch you again soon, and thanks for joining me today and for your generosity. Bye for now.